Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the days when the shadows had not yet lengthened over Middle-earth, when the name of Sauron was but a whisper in the darker corners of the world, there lived in the Eastfarthing of the Shire a farmer whose reputation carried weight far beyond the borders of his mushroom fields. His name was Maggot, though his given name was Mirk-dweller, a name that spoke of ancient Hobbit lineage stretching back to the days when the Shire was first settled. But all who knew him, from the smallest Hobbit child to the eldest gaffer smoking his pipe by the fireside, called him simply Farmer Maggot, and they spoke the name with a curious mixture of respect and unease. Now, Farmer Maggot was not a large hobbit by any measure, standing no taller than his fellows, with the same curly brown hair and broad feet characteristic of his kind. Yet there was something about him that set him apart from the other farmers who tilled the rich soil of the Marish. Perhaps it was the way his brown eyes seemed to see more than they should, penetrating the morning mists and the evening shadows with equal clarity. Or perhaps it was the company he kept, for Farmer Maggot was never seen without his three great dogs, Grip, Fang, and Wolf, hounds whose size and ferocity were legendary throughout the Four Farthings. The dogs were enormous beasts, each standing as tall as a hobbit's waist, with coats of brindled grey and brown that seemed to shift in the twilight like smoke. Their eyes gleamed with an intelligence that was uncommon in ordinary hounds, and it was said by those who had encountered them that the dogs understood the speech of hobbits, as well as any Christian soul. They patrolled the borders of Maggot's farm with unwavering vigilance, and no trespasser, be he hobbit, man, or creature of darker origin, dared to cross onto those fields without the master's permission. Farmer Maggot's land lay in the eastern reaches of the Shire, where the Marish spread out in a patchwork of field and fen, and where the borders grew thin between the ordered gardens of hobbit folk and the wild lands beyond. The old forest loomed close by, its ancient trees reaching out with gnarled branches that seemed to grasp at the very edges of civilization. It was a place where few hobbits ventured, for the trees there were old, older perhaps than anyone could remember, and they had a way of moving when one's back was turned, of whispering secrets in languages that predated the coming of the halflings to those lands. But Farmer Maggot was not afraid of the old forest, nor of the strange things that sometimes crept forth from its depths. Indeed, it was said in hushed tones at the Green Dragon Inn and over cups of tea in Hobbiton parlours that Farmer Maggot had an understanding with the forest, a pact made in years long past that allowed him to farm his land in peace while the trees kept their distance. What the terms of this agreement might be, none could say, for Maggot was not a hobbit given to idle chatter or the sharing of secrets. His farm was the finest in all the Eastfarthing, perhaps in all the Shire. The mushrooms that grew in his fields were the largest and most flavourful, sought after by the best cooks from Hobbiton to Michel Delving. His crops of turnips, cabbages and potatoes were the envy of every farmer at the market, and his apple orchard produced fruits so sweet and crisp that even the elves, when they passed through on their journeys to the Grey Havens, would pause to trade for a basket or two. The secret of his success, Maggot would say with a knowing smile, was in understanding the land and respecting what lay beneath it, though what he meant by this cryptic statement was never made clear. It was on a grey autumn morning, when the mists hung thick over the Marish and the leaves of the willows had turned to gold, that the first signs of trouble began to manifest themselves. Old Gorbodoc Bracegirdle, who farmed the land adjacent to Maggot's on the western side, came knocking at Farmer Maggot's round green door, just as the sun was struggling to pierce the morning fog. His face was pale, and his hands trembled as he clutched his walking stick. And when Mrs. Maggot opened the door, she saw at once that something had frightened the old hobbit terribly. Maggot himself came to the door, wiping his hands on his apron, his three great dogs padding silently behind him. The hounds' ears were pricked forward, and their noses tested the air, sensing the fear that emanated from old Gorbadoc, like a tangible thing. Maggot took one look at his neighbour's face and stepped outside, closing the door gently behind him so as not to alarm his wife and children further. The two hobbits walked a ways from the house, out toward the fence line that separated their properties, with the dogs forming a protective triangle around them. The mist swirled about their feet, and somewhere in the distance, a crow called out a harsh warning. Old Gorbadoc's voice shook as he spoke, his words tumbling out in a rush of fear and confusion. He told Maggot of things he had seen in the night, of shadows that moved against the wind, of lights that flickered in the old forest where no lights should be. He spoke of his sheep, 3 of his best ewes, found dead at dawn with no mark upon them save a terrible cold that seemed to emanate from their very bones. The grass around them had withered and turned black, and even now, hours after sunrise, frost still clung to the ground in that spot, refusing to yield to the warming day. Worse still were the sounds he had heard, sounds that came creeping through the darkness in the hours before dawn, a rustling and whispering that seemed to carry words, though in no language that Gorbadoc recognized. And once, just once, he had looked out his window to see a figure standing at the edge of his field, tall and still, wrapped in a cloak that seemed to be woven from the very substance of night itself. The figure had turned its head, though Gorbadoc could see no face within the hood, and the old hobbit had the terrible sensation of being seen, of being measured and found wanting, before the figure melted back into the shadows from whence it came. Farmer Maggot listened to all of this in silence, his weathered face growing more grave with each passing moment. His dogs had gone still, their hackles raised, their eyes fixed on the border of the old forest, as though they could see through the mist and trees to whatever lay beyond. When Gorbadoc had finished his tale, Maggot stood quiet for a long moment, his gaze distant, as though he was remembering things from long ago, things he had hoped never to face again. At last he spoke, and his voice was low and serious, carrying a weight that made old Gorbadoc shiver despite the warming day. Maggot told him to gather his family and his livestock and move them to the centre of his land, far from the borders of the old forest and the eastern edges of the Marish. He was to keep fires burning through the night, and he was not, under any circumstances, to venture out after dark. If he saw the figure again, he was to close his shutters, bar his door, and wait for morning light. Gorbadoc nodded frantically, grateful for any guidance in the face of such mysterious terror. But as he turned to leave, hurrying back to his farm with his walking stick tapping rapidly against the path, Farmer Maggot called out one last instruction. If things grew worse, if the darkness pressed closer, Gorbadoc was to send word immediately, and Maggot would come, bringing with him such aid as he could muster. As the old hobbit disappeared into the mist, Farmer Maggot stood at the fence line, his eyes fixed on the dark wall of the old forest. The trees seemed to loom larger than usual, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers, and the mist that curled around their roots seemed too thick, too purposeful, as though it was being sent forth by some intelligence that dwelt within those ancient depths. Grip, the eldest and largest of the 3 dogs, pressed against his master's leg, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Maggot placed a hand on the hound's massive head, his fingers finding comfort in the familiar rough fur. He knew what was coming, had known it would come eventually, though he had hoped his time would pass before the old bargains needed to be renewed, before the ancient watches would need to be kept once more. The Shire seemed peaceful to those who dwelt in its heart, a place of parties and pipeweed, of gardens and good food, of comfortable holes and comfortable lives. But here, on the borders, where the wild lands pressed close and the old powers still remembered their ancient names, peace was a more fragile thing, maintained not by ignorance but by vigilance, by those few who understood what lay beyond the lantern light and were willing to stand guard against it. That evening, as the sun descended behind the western hills and painted the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Farmer Maggot sat at his kitchen table, while his wife prepared supper. The smell of fresh bread and mushroom stew filled the cozy kitchen, and his children, 3 sturdy lads and a bright-eyed daughter, went about their evening chores with the easy routine of a well-ordered household. To any observer, it would have seemed a scene of perfect domestic contentment, the very essence of hobbit life, at its most peaceful. But Mrs. Maggot, who had been married to Mudagor for near 40 years, knew her husband's moods as well as she knew the recipes handed down from her grandmother. She saw the way his fingers drummed against the worn wood of the table, the way his eyes kept drifting to the eastern window, and the way the dogs lay at his feet, alert and watchful, rather than drowsing by the fire as they usually did after a day's work. She set down a bowl of stew before him and placed her hand gently on his shoulder. Her touch was warm and steady, grounding him in the present moment, and he looked up at her with gratitude in his eyes. She asked no questions, for she had learned long ago that her husband would speak when he was ready, and that some things were better left unasked. But she knew, as surely as she knew that the sun would rise in the morning, that trouble was coming to their land. After the children had been sent to bed, their protests about the early hour falling on deaf ears, Maggot finally spoke. He told his wife what old Gorbodoc had reported, though he softened some of the details, knowing that she would worry enough without hearing the full extent of the darkness that seemed to be stirring in the old forest. He told her of the dead sheep and the withered grass, of the figure in the cloak, and the sounds in the night. Mrs. Maggot listened in silence, her hands busy with her knitting, though Maggot noticed that her stitches became tighter and more irregular as he spoke. When he finished, she set down her needles and looked at him directly, her eyes reflecting the firelight. She asked him plain and simple what it meant, what was coming, and what he intended to do about it. Maggot was quiet for a long moment, choosing his words with care. He told her that the old forest was ancient, older than the Shire, older perhaps than the memory of hobbits altogether. The trees there remembered the First Age, when the world was young and different powers walked the earth. Most of the time, the forest kept to itself, content to drowse in its ancient dreams. But sometimes, when the borders between worlds grew thin, when old magic stirred, the forest would wake, and with it would come things that had slept long in its depths. He spoke of the bargain his grandfather had made, back in the early days when the Maggot family first claimed these lands. The old forest had not wanted settlers so close to its borders, and it had ways of expressing its displeasure. Crops would fail, animals would disappear, and at night the trees would creep closer, their roots breaking through fences, their branches scraping at windows. But Maggot's grandfather had been a clever hobbit, and a brave one, and he had ventured into the forest to treat with whatever power held sway there. What exactly transpired in that meeting, Maggot did not know, for his grandfather had taken the full details of it to his grave. But he had returned with an agreement. The Maggots could farm their land in peace, and the forest would keep its distance. In exchange, the Maggots would serve as wardens, as watchers on the border, alert for signs of corruption or darkness that might use the old forest as a gateway into the Shire. They would keep the watch that others could not keep, would see the dangers that others could not see. And there was more. Though Maggot spoke of it reluctantly, his family had been given certain gifts, certain abilities that set them apart from other hobbits. The dogs were part of it, bred from a line that had mixed long ago with hounds of a different sort, hounds that served powers greater than any mortal master. They could sense things that normal dogs could not, could fight things that would make normal dogs flee in terror. Mrs. Maggot had known some of this, had suspected more, but hearing it laid out so plainly still made her shiver. She asked what the darkness was, this thing that had Gorbodoc so frightened and that had sent her husband into such grim contemplation. Maggot shook his head slowly. He did not know for certain, but he had his suspicions. There were things in the world, ancient things, that served neither the light nor the simple natural order of the forest, things that sought to corrupt and consume, that fed on fear and despair. If such a thing had found its way into the old forest, or worse, had awakened from some long sleep within its depths, then the danger was greater than a few dead sheep or mysterious figures in the night. The days that followed brought more reports, each more troubling than the last. Holman Greenhand, who farmed south of Maggot's land, came to report that his well water had turned foul, taking on a taste like iron and rot. Old Mother Brownlock found her garden withered overnight. The vegetables turned black and shriveled as though blighted by a terrible frost, though the weather had been mild. And young Tolman Cotton, who had been courting a lass from stock, told of seeing lights dancing in the old forest, lights that moved with purpose and seemed to be drawing closer to the farms with each passing night. Maggot visited each farm in turn, his dogs ranging ahead of him, their noses to the ground, searching for scents that only they could detect. At each location, he found the same signs. The grass was dead, in perfect circles, as though something had stood there and drained the very life from the earth. The air in these spots felt different, colder and heavier, and it carried a faint smell of decay that seemed to cling to everything it touched. But it was at the Brownlock farm that Maggot found something that made even his weathered face pale with concern. There, at the edge of the blighted garden, pressed into the soft earth, was a print. It was not the print of any natural creature, too large for a hobbit's foot, too narrow for a man's, and shaped wrong somehow, as though whatever had made it possess too many joints or bent in directions that no normal limb should bend. Grip had growled deep in his throat when Maggot knelt to examine the print, and Fang and Wolf had pressed close to their master, their hackles raised and their teeth bared at some unseen threat. Maggot had placed his hand near the print, careful not to touch it, and felt the cold that radiated from it, a cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the absence of life itself. He returned home as evening was falling, his mind working through possibilities and plans. That night, he did something he had not done since his father's passing. He went to the old chest that sat in the back of his storage room, a chest that was kept locked and never spoken of to the children. From it, he drew forth items that seemed strange and out of place in a hobbit's home. There was a sword, shorter than a man's blade but finely made, its edge still keen despite the years. There was a horn, small enough to hang at a hobbit's belt, but carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight. And there were other things, bundles of herbs tied with red thread, stones marked with symbols that predated the common speech, and a small silver amulet that bore the image of a running hound. Mrs. Maggot watched from the doorway as her husband laid these items out on the table, checking each one with the practiced eye of someone who had been trained in their use long ago. She did not ask where they came from or what purpose they served. She simply brought him a cup of tea and sat beside him, her presence a comfort in the growing darkness. The next morning arrived grey and cheerless, with fog rolling in from the Brandywine River so thick that Maggot could barely see the barn from his doorstep. It was the kind of fog that seemed to muffle all sound, turning the familiar landscape into something strange and unsettling. Even the roosters seemed reluctant to crow, and the usual morning chorus of birds was absent, replaced by an oppressive silence that weighed heavy on the spirit. Maggot stood on his threshold, the 3 dogs at his side, and surveyed what little he could see of his land through the grey murk. Something was different this morning, something beyond the unusual thickness of the fog. The air itself felt wrong, charged with a tension that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. The dogs felt it too, their bodies tense and alert, their ears swiveling to catch sounds that Maggot's duller hobbit hearing could not detect. He had just turned to go back inside when Grip suddenly stiffened, his massive head turning toward the east, toward the old forest. A low growl built in the dog's throat, and Fang and Wolf immediately joined in, their voices blending into a harmony of warning that sent chills down Maggot's spine. Through the fog, barely visible as a darker shadow among the grey, came a figure running. It was young Tolman Cotton, and he was running as Maggot had never seen a hobbit run before, his legs pumping with desperate speed, his face pale with terror. He stumbled twice as he crossed the fence line onto Maggot's property, picking himself up each time and continuing his frantic flight. Behind him, the fog seemed to pulse and writhe, as though something massive was moving through it, something that displaced the very air itself. Maggot acted without thinking, his hand going to the horn that now hung at his belt. He raised it to his lips and blew a single clear note that cut through the fog like a knife through butter. The sound was louder than it should have been, carrying a power that went beyond mere noise. It echoed across the Marish, bouncing off the distant hills, and in its wake the fog seemed to recoil, pulling back from the sound as though it had been struck. Young Tolman collapsed at Maggot's feet, gasping for breath, his eyes wide and wild. The dogs had formed a barrier between the boy and whatever had been pursuing him, their teeth bared, their bodies coiled and ready to spring. But the fog had retreated now, pulling back toward the tree line, and whatever had been moving through it had withdrawn, though Maggot could still sense its presence, watching from the shadows beneath the ancient oaks. Maggot helped the young hobbit to his feet and half carried him into the house, where Mrs. Maggot immediately took charge, wrapping him in blankets and pressing a cup of hot tea into his trembling hands. The dogs remained outside, stationed at the door, their vigilance unwavering. It took some time before Tolman could speak coherently, his words coming out in fragments and gasps. But slowly, the tale emerged. He had risen before dawn, as was his habit, to check on his father's sheep in the eastern pasture, the one that bordered the old forest. The fog had already been thick, but he had walked that path 1,000 times and knew it by heart. But this morning, the path had felt different. The familiar landmarks seemed to have shifted, and twice he found himself walking in circles, ending up back where he had started, despite his certainty that he had been moving forward. Then he had heard it, a sound like breathing, slow and deep and vast, as though the forest itself had awakened and was drawing breath. The fog had grown thicker still, and in it he had seen shapes moving, tall figures that seemed to glide rather than walk, their forms never quite solid, never quite visible. They had been between him and home, cutting off his retreat, and he had done the only thing he could think of. He had run toward Maggot's farm, knowing somehow that safety lay in that direction. The figures had followed him, never seeming to hurry but always keeping pace, and he had felt their attention upon him like a physical weight, cold and hungry and utterly malevolent. Only when he crossed onto Maggot's land had they hesitated, and when the horn had blown, they had retreated entirely, melting back into the fog like shadows before the dawn. Maggot listened to all of this with growing concern. The situation was worse than he had feared. Whatever darkness had awakened in the old forest, it was no longer content to lurk at the borders. It was actively hunting now, seeking prey, testing the defenses of the farms. And if it had pursued young Tolman this far, then it was only a matter of time before it grew bold enough to strike at the heart of the Marish itself. He told Mrs. Maggot to keep Tolman there until the fog lifted, and to send word to the boy's father that he was safe. Then he gathered his supplies, the sword at his belt, the herbs in his pockets, and the amulet around his neck. He whistled for the dogs, and they came immediately, their eyes bright with understanding. They knew what was coming, had been bred for generations for this very purpose. But before he could set forth, there came another visitor to his door. This one was expected, though no less remarkable for that. Through the fog came a figure on horseback, tall and grey-cloaked, riding a horse that seemed far too large and fine for these humble lands. Gandalf the Grey had come to the Eastfarthing, though what had drawn the wizard to these particular troubles, Maggot could only guess. The wizard dismounted with the easy grace of one who had spent long years in the saddle, and his keen grey eyes took in the scene before him with a swift understanding that needed no explanation. He saw the frightened young hobbit wrapped in blankets, saw the readiness in Maggot's stance, saw the 3 great dogs alert and watchful, and he nodded slowly as though confirming something he had already suspected. Maggot greeted the wizard with a respect that bordered on familiarity, for this was not the first time their paths had crossed. Years ago, when Maggot had been a younger hobbit and new to his responsibilities as Warden of the Borders, Gandalf had come to the farm and had spoken long with him about the nature of his duty and the powers that stirred in the darker corners of the world. The wizard had taught him things that no hobbit should need to know, had helped him understand the tools and traditions passed down from his grandfather. Now Gandalf stood in Maggot's kitchen, accepting a cup of tea from Mrs. Maggot with courteous thanks, and his face was grave. He told them that he had been travelling in the south, attending to matters in Gondor, when he had felt a disturbance, a ripple in the fabric of things that spoke of old evil stirring. He had turned north immediately, riding hard through Rohan and then up through Eriador, following the trail of corruption like a hound following a scent. The trail had led him here, to the borders of the Shire, to the old forest where ancient things still dwelt in the deep places. He had hoped to arrive before the darkness manifested fully, but it seemed he was too late for prevention. Now all that remained was containment and, if possible, elimination of the threat before it could spread beyond the Marish. Maggot asked the question that had been weighing on his mind since old Gorbodoc first came to his door. What was this thing that had awakened? What darkness had stirred from its long sleep? Gandalf was quiet for a moment, his gaze distant, as though he was sifting through long memories and ancient lore. When he finally spoke, his words were careful and measured, but they carried a weight that made even the fire seem to dim. He spoke of the Elder Days, of the wars that had raged across Middle-earth when the world was young. He told of creatures that had served the enemy in those ancient times, beings of malice and hunger that fed upon fear and despair. Most of these creatures had been destroyed or driven into hiding when the enemy was overthrown, scattered to the forgotten corners of the world where they lay dormant, waiting for a time when the watch had grown lax and the old powers had faded from memory. The old forest, Gandalf explained, was one such forgotten corner. It was ancient beyond reckoning, and its roots ran deep, deep enough to reach places where light had never shone, where things older and darker than the forest itself still clung to existence. Something had disturbed these depths, had awakened one of these ancient sleepers, and now it was rising through the layers of earth and root, drawn by the life and warmth of the lands above. What it was exactly, Gandalf could not say with certainty, but he suspected it was a creature known in the old tongues as a Mirk-dweller, a thing of shadow and corruption that existed in the spaces between solid matter, that could spread through fog and darkness like an infection. Such creatures were rare, and most had been destroyed in the wars of the First Age, but a few had survived, had burrowed so deep and hidden so well that even the most thorough hunting had missed them. The kitchen fell silent as Gandalf's words hung in the air like smoke from his pipe. Even young Tolman, wrapped in his blankets and still shaking from his encounter, seemed to understand the gravity of what the wizard was describing. Miss Maggot had stopped her bustling about and stood very still, her hand resting on the back of her husband's chair, her knuckles white with tension. Maggot spoke at last, his voice steady, despite the fear that gnawed at his heart. He asked what could be done, how such a creature could be fought, for surely it could not be allowed to continue spreading its corruption through the Marish and beyond. The farms were already suffering. The land itself was being poisoned, and if the Mirk-dweller was allowed to grow stronger, it would eventually threaten not just the Eastfarthing, but the entire Shire. Gandalf rose from his seat and walked to the window, peering out into the fog that still clung to the land like a shroud. His weathered face was lined with thought, and his fingers drummed against the window frame in a rhythm that spoke of distant memories and difficult decisions. When he turned back to face them, his expression was grim but determined. The wizard explained that creatures of this sort were vulnerable to certain things, weaknesses that had been learned at great cost in the ancient wars. Light was their enemy, not just any light, but light that carried within it the memory of the stars, the pure radiance that existed before the sun and moon were made. Fire, too, could harm them, but only fire that was fed by woods, blessed by those who still remembered the old songs, the words of power that had been spoken at the making of the world. But these were merely weapons that could wound and drive back such a creature. To truly destroy a Mirk-dweller, one had to find its heart, the core of darkness where it had first taken root, the place where it drew its strength. For these beings were tied to the earth itself, anchored to some deep cavity or hidden chamber, from which they extended their influence like roots from a poisonous tree. Cut off from this anchor, they would dissipate like mist before a strong wind. The problem, Gandalf continued, was finding this heart. The old forest was vast and ancient, its depths a labyrinth of twisted roots and forgotten hollows. The Mirk-dweller would have chosen its lair carefully, somewhere deep and dark, somewhere that even the trees themselves feared to go. To venture into such a place would be to enter the creature's own domain, where its power would be strongest, and where the very air itself would be thick with corruption. Maggot listened to all of this with the careful attention of a farmer assessing his fields before harvest. He knew the old forest better than most hobbits, had walked its edges for years as part of his duties as warden. He had even ventured some ways into its depths, on occasion, though never so far that he could not find his way back before nightfall. But to go deep, to seek out the very heart of the darkness, that was another matter entirely. Yet even as doubt whispered in his mind, he felt the weight of his responsibility settle upon his shoulders like a familiar yoke. His grandfather had made a bargain, had accepted the duty of watchman in exchange for the right to farm these lands. That duty had passed to his father, and from his father to him, and with it came obligations that could not be shirked when danger threatened. The Shire was his home. These farms and fields were under his protection, and he would not stand by while an ancient evil devoured them from within. He looked at Gandalf and nodded slowly, his jaw set with determination. He would go into the old forest, would seek out the Mirk-dweller's lair, would do whatever needed to be done to end this threat. But he would not go unprepared, and he would not go alone. He had his dogs who were bred for such work, and he had the wizard's guidance, which was worth more than all the swords in the Shire. Gandalf regarded him with something approaching approval in his grey eyes. The wizard had always respected the courage of hobbits, that peculiar blend of homely practicality and unexpected valor that made them so much stronger than their small stature would suggest. He told Maggot that he had been wise to sound the horn that morning, for the note had not only driven back the fog, but had also sent a signal, a call that would be heard by others who kept watch over the borders of the wild. Even as he spoke, there came the sound of footsteps outside, and presently the door opened to admit a figure that made young Tolman gasp with wonder. It was an elf, tall and fair, with hair the colour of autumn leaves and eyes that held the light of stars. His name was Gildor Inglorian, and he was of the house of Finrod, one of the elves who still walked the roads of Middle-earth on their slow journey to the Grey Havens and the ships that would carry them west. The elf greeted Gandalf as an old friend and bowed courteously to Maggot, acknowledging him with a respect that surprised the hobbit. Gildor explained that he and his company had been travelling through the woody end, following the old paths toward the Brandywine Bridge, when they had heard the sound of the horn. They had recognised it for what it was, a call for aid from one of the border watchers, and they had turned aside from their journey to answer it. He told them that his people had sensed the disturbance in the old forest some days before, had felt the ancient malice stirring in the deep places. The trees themselves had whispered warnings, and the birds had fled from certain areas where the corruption was spreading. The elves had been debating whether to intervene, for they were few now, and their power in Middle-earth was waning with each passing year. But the sound of the horn had decided the matter. The watch must be kept, the old alliances must be honoured, even if the world was changing and the time of the elves was drawing to a close. Maggot felt a surge of gratitude that nearly overwhelmed him. To have the aid of elves, even a small company of them, was more than he had dared to hope. With Gandalf's wisdom and the elves' knowledge of ancient lore, they might actually have a chance of succeeding in this desperate venture. He offered what hospitality he could, though his simple hobbit fare seemed poor indeed compared to what such guests deserved. But Gildor smiled and accepted a cup of tea with genuine pleasure, remarking that the simple goodness of hobbit hospitality was a treasure in itself, a reminder of why the Shire was worth protecting. The elves had walked in Middle-earth for ages beyond counting, had seen the rise and fall of kingdoms, had witnessed wonders and horrors that would break the mind of any mortal. Yet they still found joy in small things, in the warmth of a fire and the taste of good bread, in the laughter of children and the loyalty of friends. As the morning wore on and the fog finally began to lift, more help arrived. Word of the trouble had spread through the Eastfarthing, carried by those who had witnessed strange signs or heard the warning note of Maggot's horn. Halfred Greenhand came with his 2 sturdy sons, bearing stout walking sticks and grim determination. Old Cotman from Rushy came too, his aged face set with resolve, for his family had lived on the borders of the old forest for generations and had their own memories of dark times. Even from the village of Stock came a delegation, led by the mayor himself, a rotund hobbit named Hobgamage, who had never been known for his courage, but who understood his duty when it was laid plain before him. They brought with them what weapons the village possessed, mostly farming implements and hunting bows, but carried with the same determination that warriors might bear swords into battle. Maggot stood on his doorstep and surveyed this unlikely company, his heart swelling with pride and no small amount of apprehension. Here were hobbits who tilled the soil and tended their gardens, who had never sought adventure or dreamed of facing ancient evils, yet who stood ready to defend their home against a darkness they could barely comprehend. They were not warriors, but they were brave, and sometimes bravery was enough. Gandalf organized them with the efficiency of one who had led many such expeditions in his long years. The hobbits would form a defensive perimeter around the affected farms, maintaining fires and keeping watch to ensure that the Mirk-dweller did not spread further, while the main party ventured into the old forest. Gildor's elves would provide support, using their knowledge of woodcraft and their keen senses to detect any movement of the corruption. The actual assault on the Mirk-dweller's lair would be undertaken by a smaller group, for stealth and speed would serve them better than numbers in the twisted depths of the forest. Maggot would go, of course, with his 3 dogs who had been bred for exactly this purpose. Gandalf would accompany them, bringing his power and wisdom to bear against the ancient evil. And Gildor himself volunteered to join them, for he was skilled in the ways of dealing with creatures of darkness, and his sword had tasted the blood of such monsters in ages past. The preparations took the remainder of the day, and as the sun began its descent toward the western hills, Maggot found himself standing in his workshop, surrounded by the tools and supplies they would need for their journey into the old forest. The ancient sword that had belonged to his grandfather lay on the workbench, its blade gleaming dully in the lamplight. Beside it were bundles of herbs that Gandalf had identified as necessary, plants with names in the old tongue that spoke of protection and purification. Mrs. Maggot worked silently beside him, preparing food for the journey. She packed dried meat and cheese, bread that would keep for several days, and a flask of her special cordial made from berries gathered at midsummer. Her hands moved with practiced efficiency, but Maggot could see the worry in her eyes, the way her lips pressed into a thin line whenever she glanced in his direction. They had been married for so long that words were often unnecessary between them, and he knew what she was thinking, what fears haunted her heart. He crossed to her and took her hands in his, stopping her work for a moment. Her skin was warm and familiar, calloused from years of labor, but gentle still. He told her that he would return, that he had faced dangers before in his years as warden, and had always come home. But even as he spoke the words, he wondered if he truly believed them. This was different from driving off a few wolves or dealing with poachers. This was an enemy from the elder days, a creature that had survived when kingdoms fell and heroes passed into legend. She looked up at him with eyes that held both fear and fierce pride. She told him that she knew his duty, had always known that this day might come. She had married him understanding what it meant to be wed to one of the border watchers, one who stood between the Shire and the darkness beyond. But that knowledge did nothing to ease the ache in her heart, the terrible fear that she might be standing in this workshop with him for the last time. He kissed her forehead and promised to be careful, promised to come back to her and their children, to the life they had built together in this small corner of the world. Then he gathered his supplies and went to join the others, for the time of departure was drawing near, and there was no profit in prolonging the farewell. Outside, the other hobbits had gathered to see them off, forming a silent assembly in the fading light. Children peeked from behind their parents' legs, their young faces solemn with a sense of occasion they did not fully understand. Old Gorbodoc was there, his eyes red-rimmed, but his back straight with determination. He pressed a small leather pouch into Maggot's hand, telling him it contained dirt from his own garden, soil that had been blessed by his grandmother, who had been known for her wisdom in such matters. Halfred Greenhand stepped forward next, offering a knife that had been in his family for generations. The blade was plain but well kept, and its handle was wrapped in leather that had been darkened by the grip of many hands over many years. He said it had always brought luck to his kin, and he would be honoured if Maggot would carry it into the forest. One by one, the other hobbits came forward with small gifts and tokens, each one a talisman of hope and goodwill. A stone worn smooth by the waters of the Brandywine, a feather from a thrush that sang in the party tree, a lock of grass from the hill of Hobbiton itself. They were simple things, but they carried with them the love and prayers of the Shire, and Maggot accepted each one with gratitude, tucking them carefully into his pockets. Gandalf watched this ceremony with quiet approval, recognizing in it the strength that hobbits drew from their connection to home and kin. He had seen great warriors march to battle with songs of glory on their lips, had witnessed armies that shook the earth with their tread. But there was a different kind of courage in these simple folk, a quiet determination rooted in the love of hearth and garden that was no less worthy of respect. As twilight deepened into night, the small company gathered at the edge of Maggot's land, where the cultivated fields gave way to wild grass and bramble, and beyond that, to the dark wall of the old forest. The trees seemed to loom larger in the darkness, their branches reaching out like arms beckoning or warning. It was impossible to say which. A wind had risen, and it carried with it strange sounds from deep within the forest, sounds that might have been the creaking of old wood, or might have been something else entirely. Gildor stood at the forest's edge, his head tilted as though listening to voices that others could not hear. His face was grave in the starlight, and when he turned back to his companions, his expression confirmed what they had all been dreading. The corruption had spread deeper since morning. He could feel it like a wound in the fabric of the world, a place where the natural order had been torn and something foul had seeped through. The elf explained that they would need to move quickly once they entered the forest, for the Mirk-dweller would sense their presence and would try to confuse and separate them. The paths would shift, familiar landmarks would become strange, and the very trees themselves might work against them, for the creature's influence could bend even the ancient will of the forest to its purpose. They must stay together, must trust in the guidance of those who could sense the currents of corruption and follow them back to their source. Maggot called his dogs to him, and the three great hounds pressed close, their warm bodies a comfort against the growing chill of the night. He spoke to them in a low voice, using words his grandfather had taught him. Words that were neither common speech nor the tongue of elves, but something older, something that the dogs understood in their blood. He told them what they would face, prepared them for the hunt that lay ahead, and they answered with low growls that spoke of eagerness and loyalty. Gandalf raised his staff, and a soft light bloomed at its tip, not bright but steady, a beacon that would guide them through the darkness. He reminded them once more of the dangers they would face, of the need to stay vigilant and to trust in one another. This was not a task for individual heroism, but for unity of purpose, for standing together against the shadow. And then, with a final glance back at the lights of the farmhouse where Mrs. Maggot stood watching from the doorway, Maggot led the way into the old forest. The trees closed around them immediately, their trunks massive and gnarled with age, their roots writhing across the ground like serpents frozen in the act of slithering. The undergrowth was thick and tangled, catching at clothes and tripping unwary feet, and overhead the branches wove together so densely that even the stars were hidden from view. The air within the forest was different, heavier somehow, and it carried scents that were at once familiar and disturbing. There was the smell of growing things, of leaf and moss and rich earth, but underneath it was something else, a faint odor of decay that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The dogs' hackles were raised, and they moved with a caution unusual for creatures normally so bold. They had gone perhaps half a mile when the first signs of the Mirk-dweller's presence became apparent. The trees here were dying, their bark splitting and oozing a black substance that looked like tar in the light of Gandalf's staff. The leaves that remained on the branches were withered and spotted with growths that resembled fungus, but moved slightly, as though breathing. The ground beneath their feet was soft and yielded with each step, and when Maggot looked down, he saw that the grass had been replaced by something that looked like grey moss, but felt slick and cold to the touch. Gildor moved to the nearest afflicted tree and placed his hand against its trunk. He closed his eyes and stood very still, and the others watched as his expression shifted from concentration to sorrow to anger. When he finally stepped back, his hand came away stained with the black ooze, and he wiped it on a cloth with obvious distaste. The tree was dying, he told them, not from age or disease, but from having the very life drained out of it. The Mirk-dweller was feeding, drawing sustenance from the forest itself, and if left unchecked, it would eventually consume every living thing within its reach. They pressed on, following the trail of corruption deeper into the forest. The dogs led the way now, their sensitive noses able to track the source of the foulness even when it seemed to come from all directions at once. Grip, the eldest, would occasionally stop and raise his massive head, testing the air, before choosing a direction and moving forward with renewed purpose. Fang and Wolf flanked their master, their bodies tense and ready to spring at the first sign of danger. Time became strange within the depths of the old forest, stretching and compressing in ways that defied natural order. They had been walking for what seemed like hours, yet when Maggot checked the position of the moon through a rare gap in the canopy, it had barely moved across the sky. Or perhaps it had moved too far, he could not be certain. The landmarks they passed seemed to repeat themselves, the same twisted oak appearing 3 times on their left, or was it 3 different oaks that simply looked identical in the uncertain light of Gandalf's staff? The wizard noticed Maggot's confusion and placed a steadying hand on the hobbit's shoulder. He explained in a low voice that they were experiencing one of the Mirk-dweller's defenses, a warping of perception that made travelers lose their sense of direction and time. It was an old trick used by dark creatures to protect their lairs, to turn intruders back or lead them in circles until exhaustion and despair overcame them. The only defense was to trust in guides who could sense the underlying truth beneath the illusion, and for that, they must rely on the dogs and on Gildor's elven sight. As if in response to Gandalf's words, the forest around them seemed to shift and darken. The light from the wizard's staff, which had been steady until now, began to flicker and dim. Shadows stretched and twisted, taking on shapes that seemed almost purposeful, almost alive. Maggot saw faces in the darkness, leering and malevolent, saw hands reaching out from between the trees, fingers grasping at the air where he had stood only moments before. Gildor began to sing, his voice rising clear and strong in the ancient tongue of his people. It was a song of starlight and growing things, of the world as it had been in the elder days before shadow had touched it. The melody wove through the trees like silver thread, and where it passed, the darkness retreated slightly, the reaching shadows pulling back like living things wounded by the light of the music. But the forest fought back. From deep within its twisted heart came an answering sound, a low thrumming that was felt more than heard, a vibration that resonated in bone and blood. It was the voice of the Mirk-dweller, though it spoke no words that mortal ears could comprehend. It was rage and hunger given sound, ancient malice that had festered in darkness for countless ages, and now resented this intrusion into its domain. The dogs whimpered and pressed closer to Maggot, even brave Grip showing signs of fear for the first time since they had entered the forest. Maggot knelt beside them, running his hands through their rough fur, speaking words of comfort and courage. He reminded them of who they were, of the long line of hounds from which they descended, beasts who had faced darker things than this in the wars of old. Their blood-remembered battles fought in the shadow of mountains that no longer existed, remembered standing beside heroes whose names were now preserved only in the most ancient of songs. Gradually, the dogs steadied, their fear transforming into determination. They were hunters, bred for this purpose across generations, and their instincts ran deeper than any fear the Mirk-dweller could instill. Grip shook himself, a ripple running through his massive frame, and then moved forward once more, his nose to the ground, following the trail that only he could sense. They came at last to a place where the corruption was so thick that the very air seemed to congeal, becoming heavy and difficult to breathe. The trees here were not merely dying but transforming, their wood turning black and glassy, their branches taking on shapes that resembled twisted limbs frozen in attitudes of agony. Fungi grew in profusion, great shelves of it that glowed with a sickly phosphorescence, casting a greenish light that made everything look diseased and wrong. Gandalf called a halt, raising his staff higher so that its light pushed back against the green glow of the fungi. He studied their surroundings with eyes that had seen much in his long years of wandering Middle-earth, eyes that could read signs that others would miss. He pointed to the ground, where the grey moss they had been walking on had given way to something else entirely, a substance that looked like congealed tar, but pulsed slightly, as though something moved beneath its surface. This, he told them, was the edge of the Mirk-dweller's true domain, the boundary where the creature's essence had so thoroughly permeated the environment that the very substance of the world had changed. Beyond this point, they would be walking not through a corrupted forest, but through the creature itself, for a Mirk-dweller did not simply inhabit a place but became one with it, spreading its consciousness through every root and branch, every stone and handful of soil. To venture further would be extremely dangerous, for the creature would be aware of their every movement, would know their thoughts and fears as clearly as if they spoke them aloud. It would use this knowledge against them, would show them visions designed to break their spirits and turn them against each other. They must guard their minds carefully, must hold fast to the truth of who they were and why they had come. Maggot took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. He looked at his companions, seeing in their faces the same mixture of fear and determination that he felt in his own heart. Gandalf stood tall and grim, his staff blazing now with renewed light, as though he was gathering his power for the final confrontation. Gildor's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and his eyes held the cold anger of the elves when they faced the servants of darkness. They stepped across the boundary together, and immediately the world changed. The trees that had seemed solid became translucent, revealing writhing darkness within their trunks. The ground beneath their feet felt unstable, as though at any moment it might open up and swallow them. Sounds came from all directions, whispers and moans, and the wet sliding of things moving through corruption. The dogs began to growl, a deep rumbling that came from the very core of their being. They could sense something ahead, something vast and malevolent that waited in the darkness like a spider in the center of its web. Grip's hackles were raised along his entire spine, making him look even larger than usual. And Fang and Wolf had positioned themselves on either side of Maggot, ready to defend their master with their lives. Then they saw it, or rather they saw the absence where it dwelt. Ahead of them, the forest opened into a clearing that should not exist, a space where the trees had been pushed back by something far stronger than any natural force. At the center of this clearing was a hollow, a depression in the earth that descended into darkness so complete that even Gandalf's light could not penetrate it. Around the edges of this hollow, the corruption was absolute. Nothing lived here. Nothing could live here, for the Mirk-dweller had consumed everything, had drained the life force from every plant and insect and worm until all that remained was a dead husk. The air itself felt thin and weak, as though the creature had fed upon it too, drawing sustenance from the very essence of existence. Gandalf approached the edge of the hollow carefully, his staff held before him like a weapon. He peered down into the darkness, and for a moment his face went pale. Then he turned back to his companions, and his expression was grave indeed. The lair was deeper than he had expected, and the creature within was stronger. It had been feeding for longer than they had realized, perhaps for centuries, growing slowly in power, until now it had reached a point where it could begin to manifest in the world above. Gildor joined him at the edge, his elven eyes able to penetrate further into the gloom than mortal sight could manage. He described what he saw, and his words painted a picture of horror. The hollow descended in a spiral, its walls lined with roots that had been corrupted into something resembling veins, pulsing with the life force the creature had stolen. At the bottom, far below, was a chamber where the Mirk-dweller's heart resided, a concentration of darkness so intense that it bent reality around itself. To reach it, they would have to descend through the creature's very body, would have to walk through corruption made manifest. Every step would be a battle, for the Mirk-dweller would not allow them to reach its heart unopposed. It would throw everything it had at them, would try to break their minds before it broke their bodies. Maggot looked into the darkness and felt his courage waver for the first time since they had entered the forest. He was a farmer, a simple hobbit who tended his fields and raised his children and wanted nothing more than to live in peace. What business did he have facing such horror, venturing into such darkness? His hands trembled as he gripped his grandfather's sword, and doubt gnawed at his heart like a living thing. But then he felt a wet nose press against his palm, and he looked down to see Grip gazing up at him with absolute trust and loyalty. The great hound knew no doubt, recognized no impossibility. His master had commanded, and he would follow down into the very depths of darkness, if need be. And beside Grip stood Fang and Wolf, equally steadfast, equally ready. Maggot drew strength from his dogs, feeling their courage flow into him like warmth on a cold day. He straightened his shoulders and tightened his grip on the sword. He was not alone in this, would never be alone as long as these faithful companions stood beside him. He looked to Gandalf and nodded, indicating his readiness to descend, and the wizard's eyes reflected approval and something that might have been pride. Gandalf prepared them for the descent with careful instructions. He brought forth the herbs they had gathered, crushing them in his palm and speaking words over them in the old tongue. The plants released a sharp, clean scent that cut through the miasma of corruption like a knife through butter. He divided the crushed herbs among them, telling them to breathe deeply of the fragrance whenever their minds began to cloud or their resolve began to waver. The herbs would help anchor them to reality, would provide a lifeline back to the world of light and growing things. Gildor drew his sword, and in the darkness of that terrible place, the blade shone with a light of its own, a cold blue radiance that spoke of ancient battles and the forging of weapons in the elder days. The elf explained that the sword had been made in Gondolin before its fall, had been carried through the wars against Morgoth himself, and it knew the taste of shadow. Its light would serve as a second beacon, another point of reference in the darkness below. They began their descent, moving slowly and carefully down the spiral path that wound around the inside of the hollow. The walls were slick with moisture that seemed too thick to be water, and where their hands touched the surface, they left prints that filled immediately with that black substance, as though the hollow itself was bleeding. The smell was overpowering, a mix of rot and something else, something that had no name in any language spoken by living things. The dogs went first, their claws scrabbling for purchase on the slippery surface. Their growls constant now, a low rumbling that provided an odd sort of comfort in its very familiarity. Maggot followed close behind them, one hand on the wall for balance, the other clutching his sword. Behind him came Gandalf, his staff providing light that seemed to grow dimmer with each step downward, as though the darkness here was so thick it could actually consume illumination. Gildor brought up the rear, his sword held ready and his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings for any sign of attack. The elf had fought in battles that would have driven mortals mad with terror, but even he felt the weight of this place pressing upon his ancient spirit. This was corruption in its purest form, evil so concentrated that it had become almost a physical thing. As they descended, the visions began. Maggot saw his farm burning, his wife and children fleeing before flames that moved with unnatural purpose. Pursuing them like living predators, he saw the Shire consumed. The green hills turned to ash, the rivers running black with poison. He saw himself old and broken, having failed in his duty, living out his final days knowing that his cowardice had doomed all he held dear. But each time the visions threatened to overwhelm him, he would bring the crushed herbs to his nose and breathe deeply, and the clean scent would cut through the lies, would remind him that these were phantoms conjured by the Mirk-dweller to break his will. He would reach down and touch Grip's solid, warm head, would feel the reality of his faithful companion, and the visions would lose their power. Gandalf too was assailed by visions, though his were different. He saw the failure of his mission, saw Sauron triumphant and all of Middle-earth cast into shadow. He saw his fellow wizards fallen or corrupted, saw the elves departed and men enslaved, saw hobbits hunted to extinction for the crime of having once defied the darkness. But the wizard had walked in shadow before, had faced temptations and terrors that would have shattered lesser minds, and he knew these visions for what they were. Gildor saw the fading of his people, the final ship sailing west while he remained behind, alone in a world that had forgotten the beauty of the elder days. He saw the last elven kingdom fall, saw the songs of his people fade into silence, saw himself growing weary unto death, with no hope of rest or renewal. But elven minds were strong, tempered by ages of experience, and he pushed through the visions with the same determination that had carried his people through countless trials. They had descended perhaps halfway down the spiral when the first physical attack came. The walls suddenly pulsed, and from them emerged shapes that were neither liquid nor solid, things that resembled hands but had too many fingers, each one ending in a point like a needle. These appendages reached for them, grasping and clawing, and where they touched bare skin, they left burning marks that seeped with the same black substance that covered the walls. The dogs attacked without hesitation, their powerful jaws snapping at the appendages, tearing them away from the walls. Where their teeth closed on the corruption, it dissolved with a hissing sound, as though the very touch of the hounds was poison to it. This was what they had been bred for, to fight things that normal dogs could not even perceive, to stand against darkness that would drive ordinary beasts mad with terror. Gandalf struck with his staff, and where the wood touched the grasping hands, they recoiled and withered. He spoke words of power, ancient names that had not been uttered in Middle-earth for long ages, and the very air seemed to ripple with the force of his will. Gildor's sword sang as it cut through the appendages, each stroke precise and deadly, the blue light of the blade leaving trails in the darkness that took several seconds to fade. Maggot fought with his grandfather's sword, and though he lacked the skill of Gildor or the power of Gandalf, he fought with the desperate courage of one defending his home. Each stroke was fueled by love of his family, love of his land, love of the simple good life that the Shire represented. And somehow, impossibly, the sword seemed to respond to this, its edge growing keener, its weight feeling lighter in his grip. The battle was brief but intense, and when it ended, they stood breathing heavily on the spiral path, surrounded by the dissolving remnants of the appendages. The dogs were panting, their tongues lolling, but their eyes were bright with the fierce joy of combat. They had proven themselves against the darkness, had shown that the ancient blood that ran in their veins was still strong, still true. But Gandalf knew that this had been merely a test, a probing attack to measure their strength and determination. The Mirk-dweller was learning about them, was discovering their capabilities and searching for weaknesses to exploit. The real battle was still ahead, waiting for them in the depths below. They continued their descent, moving more cautiously now, alert for any sign of another attack. The spiral seemed to go on forever, winding down and down into depths that should not exist beneath the surface of the Shire. Maggot realized with a creeping horror that they had descended far below the level of the Brandywine River, far below even the deepest hobbit holes, into regions of the earth that had not seen light since the world was made. The walls began to change as they went deeper. The slick black substance gave way to something that looked almost like crystal, dark and translucent, and within it they could see shapes suspended, frozen in the corruption like insects in amber. Maggot recognized some of them with a sick lurch of his stomach. There were animals, foxes and badgers and birds, their eyes still open, still aware somehow, despite the corruption that imprisoned them. And there were other things, shapes that might once have been hobbit or man, twisted now beyond recognition. These were the creature's trophies, the remnants of all those who had ventured too close to its lair over the centuries and had been consumed. Their life force had been drained away, but some essential part of them remained, trapped forever in a state between life and death, serving as both a warning and a source of food for the Mirk-dweller's continued existence. Gildor looked upon these imprisoned souls with eyes that had seen too much suffering already in his long life, and his face was terrible with grief and anger. This was an abomination, a violation of the natural order that even the darkest servants of Morgoth had rarely achieved. To trap souls in such a state was to deny them the gift of rest that was meant for all living things, was to twist them into something that should never exist. At last, after what seemed like hours of descent, they reached the bottom of the spiral. Before them opened a chamber, vast beyond measure, its ceiling lost in darkness above, and its walls extending away into shadow on all sides. The floor was covered in that pulsing substance they had seen on the walls, and it moved with a rhythm that resembled breathing, rising and falling in slow waves. And in the center of the chamber, suspended in the air by tendrils of solidified darkness, hung the heart of the Mirk-dweller. It was not a physical heart in any sense that mortal creatures would understand, but rather a concentration of malevolence so intense that it had taken on quasi-physical form. It pulsed with a light that was the opposite of light, a radiance of pure shadow that seemed to draw in all illumination around it. From this heart extended countless threads, spiderweb thin but strong as iron, reaching out in all directions to connect with the corrupted forest above. Through these threads, the creature maintained its grip on the world, drew sustenance from everything its influence touched, and extended its consciousness throughout its domain. Gandalf stood at the threshold of the chamber, his face illuminated by the terrible radiance of the dark heart, and for a long moment he simply observed, his keen mind working through the problem before them. The wizard understood now why the Mirk-dweller had proven so difficult to destroy in the ancient wars, why so few of these creatures had been successfully eliminated. The heart was not simply an organ that could be pierced with a sword or shattered with a spell. It was a nexus of corruption, a point where the very fabric of reality had been weakened and through which darkness could flow into the world. To destroy it would require more than physical force or even magical power. They would need to sever its connection to the world, to cut the threads that bound it to the corrupted forest, and then to seal the breach it had created in the natural order. And all of this would have to be accomplished while the Mirk-dweller fought back with everything it possessed. For once it realized their true purpose, it would know that this was a battle for its very existence. The wizard turned to his companions, his expression grave but resolute. He explained what must be done, speaking quickly but clearly, for he knew they had little time before the creature fully awakened to the threat they posed. Gildor would need to use his sword to cut the threads, severing them one by one, working from the outside inward until the heart was isolated. This would be the most dangerous task, for each thread he cut would trigger a violent reaction from the Mirk-dweller, and the elf would be exposed to the full force of its rage. Maggot and his dogs would provide protection, keeping back whatever manifestations the creature sent against them, buying Gildor the time he needed to complete his work. And Gandalf himself would work the greater magic, the sealing spell that would close the breach and prevent another such creature from taking root in this place. But the spell would require all of his concentration, would leave him vulnerable and unable to defend himself, so he would be depending on the others to hold the line. They moved into position, each understanding the role they must play. Gildor stepped forward, his sword held high, and began the grim work of cutting the threads. The blade sang as it moved, that strange elven song that spoke of starlight and the forging of weapons in ages when the world was young. Each thread he cut dissolved with a sound like breaking glass, and with each cut the chamber shuddered as though in pain. The Mirk-dweller's response was immediate and terrible. From the walls, from the floor, from the very air itself, shapes began to emerge. They were mockeries of living things, twisted amalgamations of flesh and shadow that moved with unnatural speed and purpose. Some resembled wolves, but with too many legs and eyes that glowed with madness. Others might once have been birds but now had wings of darkness and beaks like daggers. And still others were simply masses of corruption given temporary form, flowing across the floor like poisonous water, seeking to drown all in its path. The dogs met the first wave with ferocious courage. Grip's massive jaws closed on one of the wolf things, shaking it till it dissolved into black mist. Fang and Wolf fought side by side, their teamwork the result of years hunting together, each knowing instinctively where the other would be, and how to support their packmate's attack. They were magnificent in their fury, their ancestors' blood singing in their veins, bred across generations for exactly this moment. Maggot fought alongside them, his grandfather's sword rising and falling in steady rhythm. He was no trained warrior, had never studied swordcraft or battle tactics, but he fought with the grim determination of a farmer protecting his fields from vermin. Each stroke was purposeful, each movement economical, wasting no energy on flourish or display. He aimed for the center mass of each creature that came within reach, trusting the sword's keen edge to do the rest. And somehow, miraculously, they held. The creatures kept coming, wave after wave of corruption made manifest, but they could not break through the defensive line that Maggot and his dogs had formed. Behind them, Gildor continued his deadly work, the number of severed threads growing steadily as his sword wove its pattern of destruction. And behind him, Gandalf stood with his staff planted firmly on the ground, his eyes closed, his lips moving in words that had not been spoken in Middle-earth since the breaking of Beleriand. But the Mirk-dweller was ancient and cunning, and it had learned much in its long existence. When physical assault failed to dislodge the intruders, it turned to more subtle weapons. The air in the chamber grew thick and heavy, pressing down on them with suffocating weight. Each breath became a struggle, each movement requiring twice the effort it should. Maggot felt his arms growing heavy, his sword becoming a burden rather than a weapon. And then the visions returned, but stronger now, more insidious. He saw his children, not as the phantoms the creature had shown him before, but as they truly were, standing at the edge of the chamber, calling to him. Their voices were perfect, exactly as he remembered them, pleading with him to stop this madness and come home. They told him they needed him, that his place was with his family, not in this dark hole, fighting monsters from legend. The temptation was almost overwhelming. Every instinct screamed at him to go to them, to gather them up and flee this terrible place. But some part of him, the part that had been trained by his father and grandfather, the part that understood the weight of duty, knew that these were not his children. His children were safe at home, far from this corruption, and they would remain safe only if he finished what he had started here. He crushed the herbs in his hand and breathed deeply, letting the clean scent fill his lungs and clear his mind. The false children wavered and dissolved, revealed for the lies they were. But the effort of resisting had cost him, had left him momentarily vulnerable, and one of the shadow creatures slipped past his guard, its claws reaching for his throat. Grip was there in an instant, the great hound leaping with a speed that belied his massive size. His jaws closed on the creature's neck, and he bore it to the ground, his growls of fury echoing through the chamber. But as he fought, more creatures pressed forward, sensing weakness, seeking to overwhelm them through sheer numbers. Maggot found himself fighting desperately now, all technique forgotten, simply trying to keep the tide of corruption at bay. His arms burned with exhaustion, his breath came in ragged gasps, and still they came, endless and inexorable. He could hear Fang and Wolf fighting beside him, could hear their snarls and the snap of their jaws, but he dared not look away from his own opponents to see how they fared. And then Gildor's voice rang out, clear and triumphant. The last thread had been cut. The heart was isolated, severed from its connections to the world above. For a brief moment, the chamber fell silent, the attacking creatures freezing in place, as though uncertain what to do without the guiding intelligence of their master. In that moment of stillness, Gandalf opened his eyes, and they blazed with a light that was almost painful to behold. He raised his staff, and power flowed from him like a river, power drawn from sources deeper than magic, older than the world itself. He spoke words in a language that predated Elvish, or the common tongue, words that shaped reality itself, and the very air responded to his command. The breach began to close, the weakness in the fabric of reality sealing like a wound under a healer's touch. The dark heart pulsed frantically, sensing its doom, and from it emanated a scream that was felt rather than heard. a psychic shriek of rage and despair that threatened to shatter minds and stop hearts. Maggot felt it like a physical blow, driving him to his knees, and even the dogs whimpered and cowered. But Gandalf stood firm, his will an unbreakable wall against the creature's death throes. The light from his staff grew brighter, washing over the heart, and where it touched, the corruption began to dissolve. The dark radiance dimmed, flickering like a dying candle, and the tendrils that had held it aloft withered and fell away. The heart dropped to the floor with a wet sound, and for a moment it lay there, still pulsing weakly. Then Gildor stepped forward, his sword held in both hands, and brought it down with all the strength of his ancient lineage. The blade pierced the heart, sinking deep into its center, and the chamber erupted in chaos. Light and darkness warred against each other, reality itself seeming to tear at the seams. The walls cracked and crumbled, great chunks of crystalline corruption falling from the ceiling. The imprisoned souls trapped in the walls were suddenly released, their essences streaming upward like smoke, finally freed after centuries of torment. They passed through the ceiling as though it were not there, returning at last to whatever rest awaited them beyond the circles of the world. The floor heaved and buckled, and Maggot had to grab onto Grip's collar to keep from being thrown down. The creatures of corruption that had been attacking them simply ceased to exist, dissolving into nothing as the power that had animated them was suddenly cut off. And through it all, Gandalf stood with his staff raised, maintaining the seal, ensuring that as the Mirk-dweller died, its essence could not escape to take root elsewhere. The chamber began to collapse in earnest now, the corruption that had held its structure together dissolving rapidly. Great sections of the ceiling crashed down, and the walls that had seemed so solid began to crumble like sand. Gandalf's voice cut through the chaos, commanding them to flee, to return to the surface before the entire hollow collapsed and buried them beneath tons of earth and stone. They ran, scrambling back toward the spiral path they had descended, but the way was already blocked by fallen debris. The path they had walked down no longer existed, replaced by a tumble of rocks and dissolving corruption. For a terrible moment, it seemed they were trapped, that having destroyed the Mirk-dweller, they would be entombed with it, dying in the very moment of their victory. But Gildor, his elven sight piercing through the darkness and dust, spotted another way. The freed souls had shown a path in their ascent, a more direct route through the layers of earth that only became visible now that the creature's malevolent presence no longer warped the natural order. He called to his companions, pointing upward to where a shaft of clean air flowed down from above, bearing with it the scent of growing things and the distant promise of starlight. Gandalf understood immediately. The earth itself was rejecting the corruption, was healing from the wound that had festered within it for so long. Natural passages were reasserting themselves, caverns and tunnels that had existed long before the Mirk-dweller had claimed this place. They would have to climb rather than walk, would have to trust that the land itself would guide them to safety. The wizard went first, his staff providing light and his power clearing away the worst of the obstacles. Behind him came Maggot, his arms aching and his hands bleeding from a dozen small cuts, but driven onward by the thought of his wife and children waiting above. The dogs followed, their powerful legs propelling them up slopes that would have defeated ordinary hounds, their loyalty overcoming any fear or exhaustion. Gildor brought up the rear, his sword still drawn, ready to defend against any final attack the dying creature might muster. But there were no more attacks. The Mirk-dweller was truly dead, its essence scattered beyond recovery, and all that remained was the physical collapse of the spaces it had carved out and corrupted. They climbed through narrowing passages, sometimes having to squeeze through gaps barely wide enough for their bodies. Rocks scraped against skin, roots caught at clothes and hair, and always there was the groaning of earth settling, the ominous rumble that warned of imminent collapse. Once, a section of tunnel gave way just as they passed through it, sealing the path behind them with a crash that echoed like thunder. But slowly, gradually, the passages grew lighter. The oppressive darkness gave way to grey gloom, and then to the faint suggestion of moonlight filtering down from above. The air grew cleaner with each upward step, the stench of corruption replaced by the honest smell of dirt and stone. And finally, after what seemed like hours of desperate climbing, they emerged into the old forest proper, gasping and filthy but alive. They were not where they had entered. The tunnels had brought them up in a different part of the forest, a place where ancient oaks stood in solemn circles, and the ground was carpeted with moss that glowed faintly in the moonlight. But the forest here felt different than it had before. The oppressive weight was gone. The sense of watching malevolence had lifted. The trees seemed to breathe easier, their branches rustling with something that might almost have been relief. Maggot collapsed against the trunk of one of the great oaks, his legs finally giving out beneath him. The dogs pressed close around him, their warm bodies a comfort, their rough tongues licking his face and hands in celebration of their survival. He laughed weakly, scratching behind Grip's ears, hardly able to believe they had actually succeeded, that they had ventured into such darkness and emerged again into the light. Gandalf stood apart, his face turned upward toward the stars that shone between the branches. He was speaking softly, words of thanks to powers that listened beyond the circles of the world, acknowledging the aid that had been given and the sacrifice that had been made. For though they had all survived, this night had taken something from each of them, had marked them in ways that would never fully heal. Gildor cleaned his sword with careful reverence, wiping away the last traces of the Mirk-dweller's essence. The blade still shone with its inner light, but the glow seemed warmer now, as though the weapon itself was pleased with the night's work. The elf sheathed it finally, and turned to survey the forest around them, his expression thoughtful. He told them that he could feel the change already beginning. The corruption was lifting like a fog before the morning sun, retreating from the places it had claimed. The trees were awakening from the nightmare that had gripped them, remembering their true nature. It would take time for the forest to fully heal, for the scars of the Mirk-dweller's presence ran deep, but heal it would. Already he could hear the first birds beginning to sing, their calls tentative but growing stronger. They rested for a short while, gathering their strength for the journey back to the farms. But they could not linger long, for others would be waiting, anxious for word of their fate. With effort, Maggot pulled himself to his feet, every muscle in his body protesting. The dogs rose with him, stiff and sore but still ready to continue, their duty not yet complete. The journey back through the forest was like walking through a different world. The trees that had seemed to lean in with menace now simply stood, as trees should, indifferent to the small figures passing beneath their branches. The paths that had twisted and confused now ran straight and true, and everywhere they looked, they could see signs of recovery. Withered leaves were showing tinges of green at their edges. Corrupted bark was flaking away to reveal healthy wood beneath. Springs that had run foul were clearing, their water once again fit to drink. As they walked, Gandalf explained what would happen in the days to come. The breach had been sealed, but the area where the Mirk-dweller had dwelt would remain unstable for some time. No one should venture into that part of the forest for at least a generation, allowing the earth time to fully restore itself. The farms that had been most affected would need blessing and purification, rituals to cleanse the land of any lingering taint. But these were manageable problems, challenges that could be met with patience and care. The great danger had been eliminated, the ancient evil destroyed before it could spread beyond the borders of the old forest. The Shire was safe as any place could be in a world where shadows still lingered in forgotten corners. And that safety had been purchased by the courage of a simple farmer and his dogs, aided by a wizard and an elf, working together against impossible odds. They emerged from the forest as the eastern sky was beginning to lighten with the approach of dawn. Before them spread the familiar landscape of the Marish, the farms and fields that Maggot had known all his life. And there, waiting at the edge of the forest, were the other hobbits who had stood watch through the long night. They raised a cheer when they saw the returning party, a sound of such pure joy and relief that it brought tears to Maggot's eyes. Mrs. Maggot was there, having refused to remain at home while her husband faced such danger. She ran to him, and he caught her in his arms, holding her close and breathing in the familiar scent of her hair. For a long moment, they simply stood together, not speaking, not needing to speak, the knowledge that he had returned safely enough for both of them. His children were there too, and they rushed forward to embrace him, their young faces bright with excitement and pride. They wanted to hear everything, wanted to know every detail of the adventure, but that would come later. For now, it was enough simply to be together, to feel the solid earth of the Shire beneath their feet, and to watch the sun rise over land that had been saved from a darkness most of them would never fully comprehend. The other hobbits pressed forward with questions and congratulations, but Gandalf raised his staff and called for silence. There would be time for celebration later, he said, but first there was work to be done. The farms needed to be inspected and cleansed, the villagers needed to be reassured, and proper measures needed to be taken to ensure that this part of the Shire remained protected against any future incursions of darkness. But even as he spoke of practical matters, the wizard's eyes were warm with approval as they rested on Maggot. The Hobbit had proven himself worthy of his family's ancient duty, had shown courage and determination that would have done credit to warriors of far greater renown. The Border Watcher had kept his watch, had stood firm when darkness threatened, and because of that, the Shire would continue to know peace. The days that followed were filled with work of a different kind than the desperate battle they had fought in the depths below the old forest. Gandalf moved from farm to farm, speaking words of cleansing over the affected lands, drawing upon lore that stretched back to the Elder Days. Where the corruption had been worst, he had the hobbits dig up the poisoned soil and bury it deep, covering it with clean earth brought from unaffected areas. He taught them songs to sing as they planted new crops, melodies that carried within them the power of growing things, and the memory of springs untainted by shadow. Gildor and his elves remained for a week, their presence a wonder to the hobbits who had never before seen the firstborn up close. The elves walked through the forest, speaking to the trees in their own language, soothing the ancient oaks and willows, helping them to forget the nightmare that had gripped them. They marked the boundaries of the area where the Mirk-dweller's lair had been, setting stones inscribed with runes of warning and protection, ensuring that no unwary traveller would stumble into that place before it had fully healed. Maggot worked alongside them, though his body ached and his hands were still marked with cuts and bruises from the battle. He owed it to his neighbours, he felt, to help restore what had been damaged, to use his knowledge of the land to guide the recovery. But more than that, he was reasserting his claim as warden, as the one who stood watch over these borders. The battle had been won, but the duty remained, would remain for as long as he drew breath, and could pass it on to the next generation. His reputation among the other hobbits changed after that night, though he had not sought any such change. Before, they had respected him as a good farmer and a capable fellow, if a bit odd with his fierce dogs and his solitary ways. Now there was something else in their eyes when they looked at him, a mixture of awe and gratitude and perhaps a touch of fear. They knew, in a vague way, that most of them preferred not to examine too closely, that Farmer Maggot had stood between them and something terrible, that he had ventured into darkness so that they could continue to live in light. The children especially seemed fascinated by him and his dogs. They would gather at the edge of his property, watching from a respectful distance as Grip, Fang, and Wolf patrolled the fence lines. The dogs were gentler with them now, as though understanding that these young ones represented what they had fought to protect. More than once, Maggot saw Grip allow a bold child to pat his massive head, the great hound's tail wagging slowly in approval. Young Tolman Cotton, whose flight from the forest had first alerted them to the full extent of the danger, became a frequent visitor to Maggot's farm. The lad wanted to learn, he said, wanted to understand what it meant to be a watcher on the borders. His own family's land lay near the old forest, and he felt a responsibility to know what signs to look for, what dangers might threaten. Maggot saw in the young hobbit something of himself at that age, and he began to teach him, passing on the lore that his own father and grandfather had taught him. A month after the battle, when the last traces of corruption had been cleansed from the affected farms and the crops were beginning to grow again in soil that had been poisoned, Gandalf prepared to depart. He stood with Maggot on the border of the old forest one last time, looking into the depths where ancient trees stood in their recovered dignity. The wizard smoked his pipe in comfortable silence for a long while before speaking. He told Maggot that what they had accomplished here would never be recorded in the great histories, would never be sung of in the halls of kings. The Shire would go on in its peaceful ways, and most hobbits would never know how close they had come to disaster. That was as it should be, Gandalf said, for the best victories were those that prevented war rather than won it, that preserved peace rather than restored it through violence. But he wanted Maggot to know, wanted him to understand, that what he had done mattered. In the great scope of the struggle against darkness, there were many battles, some vast and some small, some witnessed by thousands and some seen by only a few. Each had its place, each was necessary. The humble farmer who stood watch on the borders of the Shire was no less important than the great warriors who defended the kingdoms of men, and in some ways was more important, for he defended not power or glory but simple goodness, the right of ordinary folk to live ordinary lives in peace. Maggot listened and nodded, understanding what the wizard was telling him. He had never sought glory or recognition, had only wanted to fulfill the duty that had been passed down through his family. Knowing that he had done so, that he had proven worthy of his grandfather's trust, was enough. More than enough. Gandalf placed a hand on the hobbit's shoulder, a gesture of respect between equals. He told Maggot that if ever darkness threatened again, if ever the Watch detected signs of corruption or evil taking root, he should not hesitate to sound the horn. The wizard could not promise he would always be able to answer, for his path led him to many places, and his duties were varied and complex. But the sound would be heard by others who kept watch in their own ways, and aid would come. Then the wizard mounted his horse and rode away, his grey cloak billowing in the wind, and Maggot watched until he disappeared around a bend in the road. The hobbit stood for a while longer, his 3 dogs at his side, looking out over the land he protected. The marish spread before him, green and growing, innocent and peaceful. Smoke rose from chimney pots, children played in gardens, and farmers went about their work with no thought for ancient evils or desperate battles fought in darkness. That evening, as the sun set in a glory of red and gold, Maggot sat at his kitchen table with his family around him. His wife served up a supper of fresh bread and mushroom stew, and his children chatted about their day, their voices bright with the uncomplicated joy of youth. The dogs dozed by the fire, content in the warmth and safety of home. It was an ordinary scene, repeated in countless hobbit holes across the Shire, and it was beautiful in its ordinariness. Later, after the children had been tucked into bed and Mrs. Maggot was tidying up the kitchen, Maggot stepped outside for a final pipe before sleep. The night was clear and cool, with stars shining bright overhead. He walked to the edge of his property, to the fence line that marked the border between his cultivated fields and the wild lands beyond. The old forest loomed in the distance, a dark mass against the lighter sky, but it no longer felt threatening. It was simply the forest, ancient and deep, keeping its own counsel. He thought about his grandfather, who had made the original bargain, and accepted the burden of being a watcher. He thought about his father, who had taught him the signs to look for and the duties to fulfill. And he thought about his own children, sleeping safely in their beds, and wondered if one of them would someday stand in this spot, looking out at the borders, accepting in their turn the weight of responsibility that came with protecting the Shire. The dogs came to join him, as they always did during his evening rounds. Grip pressed against his leg, solid and warm. Fang and Wolf ranged ahead slightly, their noses testing the wind, alert even in this moment of peace. They would stand watch through the night, as they always did, their keen senses detecting any threat long before it could approach the house. Maggot realized that this was what heroism looked like, at least in the Shire. Not glorious charges or dramatic last stands, but this quiet vigilance, this willingness to stand between the darkness and the light, night after night, year after year, generation after generation. It was unglamorous work, often lonely, sometimes terrifying, but it was necessary. Someone had to keep watch. Someone had to remember that the peace of the Shire was not simply a natural state, but something that needed to be guarded, protected, defended. As he stood there in the starlight, his pipe glowing softly in the darkness, Farmer Maggot felt the satisfaction of duty fulfilled. He had faced the darkness, and had not been found wanting. He had stood firm when others would have fled, had ventured into the depths when others would have turned back. And because of that, his children slept safely, his neighbours' crops grew in clean soil, and the Shire remained what it had always been, a place of peace and simple goodness in a world that held many shadows. The story of what happened in those dark days beneath the old forest would be passed down in his family, added to the lore that each generation must learn. Young Tolman would carry some of it too, would pass it on to others who might one day need to stand watch. The details would blur with time, perhaps, the exact nature of the threat forgotten, but the essential truth would remain, that when darkness came, ordinary folk could stand against it. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it. That the humblest guardian, armed with nothing more than loyalty and determination, could face down ancient evil and prevail. And so the Shire went on, as it always had, peaceful and green under the stars. The hobbits tended their gardens, raised their children, celebrated their birthdays and smoked their pipes, blissfully unaware of how close disaster had come. And on the borders, In a modest farm where mushrooms grew in extraordinary profusion, Farmer Maggot stood watch with his 3 great dogs, ready to face whatever might come from the wild lands beyond. The latest in a long line of guardians whose names would never be written in the histories, but whose service ensured that there would be histories to write. The wind whispered through the grass, carrying with it the scent of growing things and the promise of another peaceful day tomorrow. Maggot knocked out his pipe, called softly to his dogs, and turned back toward his house, where warm light glowed in the windows, and his wife waited with a smile. The watch would continue, as it always had, as it always would, quiet and faithful and true, and that, in the end, was enough.